On May 20, 2024, a notice of this meeting was transmitted to the Board of Education, and a copy of the notice was posted at the Educational Center bulletin board. Copies were also transmitted to the Millburn Short Hills Item, the Star Ledger, the Millburn Short Hills Independent Press, Tap Into Millburn Short Hills, the Township Clerk, and members of the Township Committee, the presidents of the PTO and civic associations, and the public library. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular public meeting and the closed meeting minutes of January 6, 2025? Mr. Finkelstein, Mr. Reddy can second. Any comments? All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Good. All right, we have a couple presentations tonight. Let me turn it over to Dr. Diskin to introduce those.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Tonight we have Leanne Martin and Mr. Connolly here to present Math Pathways, which is an update of some of the things that we've been working on throughout the year. And then we will follow that by our preliminary budget presentation. So Mr. Connolly and Ms. Martin. I apologize. And Mr. Starita is also here tonight. We thank him for coming out, and thank you to the entire team for putting this together. My apologies.
Is that better? Great. Thank you for having us. I'm John Conley. I'm the Assistant Superintendent, and I'm here to talk a little bit or introduce our presentation for this evening and sort of setting the stage for the upcoming presentations over the next few board meetings. So as we are moving forward through the next few months, we're going to continue to look at the access and the impact, assess the impact of the grading and assessment guidelines. That's the work that's been ongoing since last spring. Enhancing the vertical and horizontal curriculum and instruction alignment across our 6 through 12 and our K through 5, and then ultimately across K through 12 as well. We will explore dual enrollment opportunities through colleges and universities to expand student opportunities at the high school level. We're going to continue to review local graduation requirements, expanding AP offerings, looking at some 9th grade opportunities potentially, and then the progress on the equity report. As we look at some of the presentations and some of the work that we've been working on, here's how it lays out for the next few board meetings. Starting out with this evening, we'll talk a little bit about the much anticipated math pathways, and then we'll roll into what those science and STEM pathways look like later in February, and then beginning to look a little bit at ELA and the humanities in late February and into early March. And we will also then recap all the work that we've done with diversity, equity, and inclusion within our classrooms over the last 6 months or so during this school year. So without further ado, I do want to bring up Bobby Strita and our Director of Mathematics, Ms. Leanne Martin, to talk a little bit about the math pathways and how that will impact students' progression throughout the math curriculum in Millburn Township Public Schools. So Leanne and Bobby.
Thank you. So there are 3 focus points for this presentation. We are going to review existing student pathways in math, propose revisions to student pathways in math that will begin at the middle school, and then we're going to talk about the achieved increase in AP enrollment in math. Mr. Street is going to present that from the high school. This work aligns with both District Goal 2, Teaching, Learning, Assessment, and District Goal 3, Comprehensive Equity. So why middle school math pathways? Why changes? Well, This is a continuation of the work from last year. The math program review results consisted of comparisons to surrounding districts. A few of the recommendations were grade 6 accelerated access, grade 7 algebra 1 access, which would lead to grade 8 geometry access, calculus by grade 11, a new grade 12 math course beyond calculus, and flexible math pathways with multiple entry points in the middle school and in the high school. A math pathways committee was created. We had stakeholders from throughout the district, from grade 5 up through the high school. I also met with several parents individually from the middle school for feedback and input. Here's our existing math program from grades 5 through 8. Students are currently grouped heterogeneously in grades 5 and 6, and then they have access to an accelerated Math 7. And then in grade 8, students can take accelerated algebra, algebra, or pre-algebra. It is important to clarify here that Algebra 1 at the middle school is accelerated by nature because it is a high school course at the middle school level. Pre-algebra is the course aligned to the grade level math standards. A student in Algebra 1 is currently responsible for learning grade 8 and Algebra 1 math standards. So the revisions will occur over 3 years. These are the changes planned for year 1. Year 1 will be the school year 25-26. An accelerated math class will be implemented in grade 6. These students will learn both grade 6 and grade 7 math standards, hence accelerated. Students will have access to accelerated math in grade 7 just as they have in the past, but the curriculum and scope and sequence in accelerated 7, which will now be called accelerated 7 pre-algebra, will cover grade 7 and grade 8 math standards in 1 year. Now, from that accelerated 7 population, a small group of students will be selected for an Algebra 1 pilot in grade 7, which will be equivalent to the grade 8 standards and the Algebra 1 standards. So the first year is a pilot in Algebra 1. Grade 8 courses will remain the same for year 1. Again, just a reminder, the math courses aligned to the grade level math state standards are Math 6, Math 7, and Pre-Algebra 8. Students in this path are not behind. An Algebra 1 course at the middle school level is accelerated because it is a high school level math course. In the state's sequence, Algebra 1 is technically a grade 9 course. So the only work that will be done in grade 8 in year 1 is we need to make sure that our Algebra 1 at the middle school level is equivalent to that high school Algebra 1 course so that our students are best prepared for geometry and Algebra 2 at the high school. So just to recap, year 1 goals: a grade 6 accelerated math implementation, a grade 7 Algebra 1 pilot, solidifying high school alignment with grade 8 Algebra 1, an exploration of options for a grade 12 math course beyond calculus, such as multivariable calculus or linear algebra. In preparation for year 1, currently we administer the MAP assessment by NWEA. That's the Northwest Evaluation Association. MAP stands for Measures of Academic Progress. We administer that. It's already in place in grade 7. So we're going to bring that down to grade 6 and grade 5 as a pilot to identify our accelerated students. Now, it's not going to be the same exact test. It will be the appropriate grade level test in grade 5 and grade 6. So that will be this spring. Year 2. Year 2, which will be the school year 2026-27, the Algebra 1 course in grade 7 will be in full implementation, and the pilot group will move to a geometry high school course in grade 8. We will also look to have one placement in Algebra 1 in grade 8 rather than the 2 levels, because again, Algebra 1 at the middle school level is accelerated. So, year 2 goals. Grade 7 Algebra 1 full implementation. Grade 8 Algebra 1 continue to solidify that high school alignment. Grade 8 geometry pilot, which also be aligned to the high school geometry course. And by year 2, we want a pilot of that grade 12 math course. So by year 3, you have the exact same chart. The only thing different is that geometry is no longer a pilot, so it'll be in full implementation. So year 3 goals would be grade 8 geometry, full implementation aligned to Millburn High School. Anticipated implementation of the grade 12 math course. Evaluation of these revisions and adjustments based on data and feedback. Okay, this is a visual to show how our grade 8 students will feed into the high school math courses in grade 9. So at the top, grade 9 geometry students at the middle school will feed into either Algebra 2 Accelerated or Algebra 2 CPA. The Algebra 1 students will feed into geometry, and pre-algebra students in grade 8 will feed into the Algebra 1 courses. Now, you can see 4 arrows coming out of Algebra 1. I'm going to zoom in there on the next slide because there's some double up options. So here are 2 different types of double up options. So if you have a student in grade 8, Algebra 1, students who are eligible can double up in geometry and Algebra 2 in grade 9. This is the only double up option in math for advancement purposes. And it's also available to students in grade 10, meaning if an Algebra 1 student in grade 9 wants to double up, that's available as well. Another double up option on your right, grade 9 students who would benefit from another year of Algebra 1 can double up in grade 9 with geometry. This double up option is only available to students who took Algebra 1 in middle school. So it allows them to continue their sequence, but also receive that reinforcement and solidify that foundation of Algebra 1, which leads to the foundation in Algebra 2, which are both critical for success in advanced math courses. This is our current high school math pathways chart. I just wanted to show this so that you could see all of the available classes that our high school currently offers. This will be current until the school year 2027-28, where we will work on some revisions due to the middle school revisions. So this last visual focuses on pathways to calculus, which is currently one of our highest level math courses. This is to show the flexibility of the math pathways and the multiple on-ramps that exist due to the proposed revisions. Students develop mathematically at different times, and we want that to allow them to enter an accelerated pathway at any grade level in the middle school and then also in the high school. So the yellow cells are highlighted because these will be accelerated math offerings at the middle school. The green cells are highlighted because these are opportunities for a double up in geometry and algebra 2, which again is the only option for a math double up for the purpose of progressing more quickly. And the other double up option is highlighted in blue, the algebra 1 and geometry combination, which would be algebra 1 for a second time for a year of reinforcement. The top pathways are examples of student progression to calculus by grade 12, and the bottom are examples of student progression to calculus by grade 11. I'm just going to take a couple to explain, but please notice that students do not require an accelerated placement in grade 6, grade 7, or even grade 8 in order to reach calculus. So if you take student A was not an accelerated placement in middle school, but perhaps in grade 9, they realized, I really want to take calculus. I'm actually pretty good at this math stuff. They can double up in grade 10. Take student E. That student didn't place into accelerated math 6. They placed into accelerated pre-algebra 7. They learned 7 and 8 grade level standards, were very prepared for algebra 1, but struggled a bit. So they really wanted to move forward with the geometry, but take another year of algebra 1 in grade 9 to solidify their understanding. And then we can look at one from the bottom, student G. That student placed into algebra 1 in grade 8 without accelerated 6 or 7, and then said, you know what? I really want to get to calculus by grade 11, doubled up in geometry and algebra 2 in grade 9. And student J, that's our newest pathway that's resulting from these revisions. Excel Math 6, Algebra 1, Geometry, and then Calculus by grade 11. Next steps. We are working to finalize math placement criteria and an appeal process. We will be communicating to parents and students. Then scheduling and staffing, assessment of our students, curriculum revisions, scope and sequence development, most likely over the summer, and implementation of instructional resources, and ongoing evaluation of these changes. And now I would like to introduce Mr. Starita for the increase in AP.
Good evening. I'll give you a short history of the efforts that have been made at the high school for expanding AP math enrollment. School year 2021 had a decrease in enrollment in AP Calculus AB and AP Statistics. From the previous year to 2021, AP Calculus BC stayed flat. And so during school year 21-22, we reduced the weight of teacher-created AP qualifying exam scores. These are the in-house qualifiers that we used to give. We implemented semester 1 auto acceptance and enrollment into AP math classes so that just by virtue of your semester 1 class, you could enroll, your semester 1 grade, you could enroll. We enabled students to enroll in AP statistics from Algebra 2 CPA or pre-calculus CPA, essentially enabling them to leapfrog the accelerated level and go right to the AP level. And we implemented summer geometry as an additional on-ramp to the pathway to 12th grade calculus. The summer geometry program has grown from just 15 students in our first summer to 39 students last summer. During school year 22-23, we expanded semester 1 auto acceptance and enrollment into AP math classes by lowering the grade threshold. We were able to admit more students into AP math. And we implemented an appeals process for students that came close but didn't quite cross the threshold. And then during school year 23-24, we completely eliminated teacher-created AP qualifying exams. We enabled students to enroll in AP Calculus AB from pre-calculus CPA for the current school year. We expanded the appeals process to include a final grade eligibility review. What that is if you did not make the grade criteria at the end of semester 1, but you did meet the grade criteria at the end of the school year, we admitted you that way as well. And then we also adopted AP Pre-Calculus for the current school year. And so what have the results been and what do the numbers look like? So you can see the progression. We had 2021 was the year that we took a dip. That was the remote year of school during COVID. And you can see the increase course by course and also the aggregate increase. And so what are the results? In AP Calculus AB, since 2021, we've seen 126.67% increase. AP Calculus BC has seen a 56.25% increase. AP Statistics has seen a 73.33% increase, and that's an aggregate increase of 81.96% in traditional AP math course enrollment, not to mention that we currently have 121 students currently enrolled in AP Pre-Calculus. If you look at the current year, 24-25, between AP Calculus AB and BC, we have 118 students enrolled. We have 121 students in AP Pre-Calc, plus the students in Pre-Calculus CPA, so I think it would be safe to say that it looks as though AP Calculus enrollment may continue to expand. And so what is our trajectory moving forward? The secondary assessment and grading guidelines may contribute to greater enrollment in AP math classes. We have seen a rise in A's throughout the school. Semester 1 grade should be in within the next couple of weeks, and then we'll have firmer numbers for you. So initial eligibility is still determined at the end of semester 1, and then additional eligibility is determined at the end of the school year. Students who complete calculus in 11th grade can explore option 2 in addition to the new courses that Ms. Martin mentioned before. Our students have a variety of interests, and should multivariable calculus or linear algebra not suit their needs, option 2 could enable them to take courses other than those that we offer. And it enables students to choose from various programs, and we're currently working together to explore potential dual enrollment options. Thank you.
So as you can see, we're moving along on the pathways process here in Millburn. I think the one thing that stands out with all the work that Ms. Martin has done and Mr. Sarita have done is, we're providing these additional pathways while still providing that support net for our students along the way so that they can develop and mature on their own, yet still find that great success throughout Millburn High School with their math options. So again, we're excited about this opportunity, and we'll continue to update the board as we move forward. Thank you.
Does any board member have questions for Mr. Conley, Ms. Martin, or Mr. Starita? Mr. Verschuren?
Thank you so much. I waved enthusiastically when you came up because I was anticipating the good news. So first of all, making, post BC, so multivariate calculus, linear algebra, available to our high school students, that will make them competitive and on par with what we're seeing from other local schools when they apply to college. I appreciate that. First of all, thank you for doing that. Appreciate that you guys have a roadmap and a plan. If there's anything the board can do to support you and accelerate that roadmap, it's great. We're going to get there. Our parents are very eager. Students are very eager. Again, I'm just delighted that we're going to have multivariate and linear algebra available to our 12th graders. In a couple of years, whatever we can do to kind of speed up that process, we're open and here to hear your suggestions. But thank you so much for revising these pathways. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Reddy?
Thank you. First, I want to congratulate Ms. Martin, Mr. Starita, and Mr. Conley as well on a great job in laying this out. This is a lot of moving parts, complicated stuff that you showed all the different possibilities. I think hopefully that came across to the audience. It also allows the students to map out the pathway given with the examples that you showed, student A through, I think, G? I forget. I have a couple of questions. The first one, like you guys lay out this middle school course sequence. And I think for the audience, I just wanted you guys to confirm that's to ensure that the cohort in the pilot, when they go to the next year and the subsequent years, you're making sure that they're ready to take on that higher level academic course. And that's why you're sequencing it the way you are. The other question I had, doubling up, I think this is wonderful, allows students to accelerate when they are ready. Right? One thing that I wanted to confirm that it's available for high school students going into this next school year.
Yes, it is available.
So yes on both, right?
Dr. Myron, Mr. Streeta, and I are working on criteria for that based on the students who did it this year and their success.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarity.
You're welcome.
Mr. Finkelstein?
Yeah, I'd also like to just thank and congratulate the team there. This has been, the feedback from the community. It's been for the 2 or 3 years that I've been sort of paying attention, where there are members of the community asking for the double accelerated and to get to that calculus in 11th, and then the multiple on-ramps, like you guys mentioned, as kids mature, as you said, at different times in this plan, really nicely accomplishes both. Yeah, really, it looks really well thought out, and I think hopefully this gets to a lot of the hopes and concerns in the community. So, thank you guys. And then, yeah, to Mr. Farashutin's point, I guess there is a pilot of kids in the high school who are doubling up, so that's going to keep moving forward. So it's not just going to be the benefit of the 6th graders. So. Right. There is a benefit for the other students in the program, but thank you, Mr. Streeta, Ms. Martin, and Mr. Connolly, and Dr. Diskin as well for all your work on this.
You're welcome.
Ms. Shivani?
Yes, not to repeat what everyone said, but thank you so much, truly. This is really remarkable. I think I do want to emphasize for the community as well, this was a very well thought out presentation, right? I mean, of course, in addition to the efforts that you're doing, you've also communicated it really well. I think the examples were nicely laid out. So I had a lot of questions about, what about this and that and the other? They were all answered. So my request to everyone in the community really is that a lot of work has gone into putting this together. So please take your time, go back, familiarize yourself with it. And I think Mr. Connolly also communicated the different dates going forward that we will be presenting more. So please, please, please just keep yourself informed. We will make our best efforts, but just please take the effort and go through this one more time for your understanding. Thanks.
Ms. Bethina?
Echo the sentiment. Thank you very much. What I wanted to focus on is the on-ramp from elementary or 5th grade on into middle school. I always find, I've heard it from a lot of kids, when they come into middle school, it's a pretty big jump, right? And with now this double XL, not today, but at some point I want to hear thoughts on what we're going to do to reduce that jump, especially if we want more kids to kind of get to that double XL or even the single XL path. We want our kids to be in that XL, the regular XL path should become like, something all kids can easily transition from 5th grade onwards. I just wanted to hear thoughts on how we're going to reduce that jump from elementary to middle school at some point. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so I think it's great that you guys have all these new pathways for your more accelerated students to get to a new course in 12th grade. I was wondering if you'd ever explore a possible pathway for a CPB Algebra 2 student for it to be easier for them to take pre-calc by senior year.
CPB Algebra 2.
Yeah.
We've actually started discussing that.
So we currently have some Algebra 2 CPB. We currently have some Algebra 2 CPB students who will enroll in Intro to Pre-Calculus. That's a CPA level course. They could also, depending on their performance in Algebra 2 CPB, they could also enroll in pre-calculus CPA. With the accelerated track, we see more and more Algebra 2 CPB students in 10th grade, which opens them up to that option as well. So we are already thinking of it, but thank you for your input. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any more questions on this presentation? Thank you again for your presentation. Certainly look forward to the other disciplines over the upcoming meetings. Moving on to budget with Ms. Diskin, Ms. Snyder.
Before we begin, I just want to thank Mr. Starita and Ms. Martin and Mr. Connolly. A lot of time has gone into this over the years. This is not a 1 year or a 3 month, a 1 month, a 2 month, or 2 week endeavor, but it's been a combination of many years. So with that, we're going to go on to our budget presentation. Ms. Schneider, we want to thank the business office and her entire department for pulling together. This is a very high-level overview of the budget process, and we'll get more specific as the next few meetings go along. We're going to talk a little bit about our process, the timeline, and what you can expect moving forward. So tonight we're going to present the overview of the budget process. We know that, like I had just described, is the timeline. We're going to highlight the specific areas that are included and look at the development process. The goal is to present to the board and the community a balanced budget. Every year we look to make sure that we are fiscally responsible. And with that, the budget is built upon the district goals. I won't go through all of it in terms of the fact that you can read that up front, but teaching, learning, and assessment will continue, and our budget is built upon that, to making sure that our students achieve and demonstrate levels at or above proficiency. District Goal 2 talks about our culture and climate to support that healthy and balanced environment for teaching and learning, and specifically, particularly working on that criteria process for intervention. District Goal 3 talks about comprehensive equity to make sure that we are, working towards and reflecting upon the equity audit report that was developed, and that we are working towards that 3-year plan. And then again, the budget is tied to the board goals, looking at a multi-year strategic planning framework, looking at increased communication and engagement with our district and our community, monitoring and supporting the new superintendent of schools and the administrators in successful transitions, formulating an internal and external metrics that are needed to take a look at our district overall and the progress which we're making. And then for the board members to all complete their board training and certification as required through New Jersey School Boards Association. At a high-level overview, our budget is 3 main areas: curriculum and instruction, which talks, again, aligned to district goals 1, 2, and 3. We will align the budget to curriculum and enhancements. You've just seen the math pathways, so inclusion of those. Professional development, which supports our New Jersey tiered systems of support. Continuing to work on our diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, and increasing our access to all courses. In addition, out of that comes instructional supplies and materials in general. We always focus on our enrollment changes. We are always looking at making sure that our grade levels and our program fluctuations in terms of numbers of students are maintained. And we're always cognizant of new housing developments and units. In addition, we are making sure that our buildings stay well maintained, and making sure that our referendum, our ROD grant implementation, and any projects that are needed to make the building safe, secure, are completed. As you'll hear, most of the budget is from personnel. Again, without our personnel, which meets our salary and benefit obligations, we need to make sure that we have our teachers and our staff and our administrators. We also are cognizant of the fact that we have a teacher shortage and that we need to make sure that we have substitutes to cover in when needed. Our budget will also look at our technology, supporting the infrastructure, thinking about what equipment, both software and hardware, we need, and maintaining our cybersecurity. And we need transportation in order to get our youngsters here, so we are looking at maintaining the cost of our subscription busing, looking at making sure we are maintaining our drivers, and very cognizant of what our route costs will be. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Cheryl Snyder, who will talk about what's next.
Thank you. So next in the process is working towards balancing our budget. Over the next couple of meetings, we'll be giving more details, both on the expenditure side and the revenue side, but just a very high level we're giving you this evening to know what our baseline is that we're considering as we build the budget. We will not know our state aid figures until the end of the month. The governor is planning on having his speech on February 25th, and then there's 48 hours after that is when they release the state aid figures. So that's a big revenue source that is a question mark that's out there. Currently, we're looking at a gap of about $1.8 million. So we will be working both getting that revenue information as well as working with our budget managers to find efficiencies to close that gap. Our revenue assumptions that we're starting with is that we are budgeting to the 2% tax levy cap. With that, we are anticipating that we will have a waiver for our health benefits. Our health benefits are increasing in double digits each year, and there is an allowance to increase as part of the budget software to go above that 2%. So when we talk about that waiver, it's not necessarily additional dollars that we're getting, but it's the capacity for the board to authorize to increase taxes above that 2%. More of that will come, but that's a decision that the board has to make if they're willing to go above that 2% to incorporate any waivers. State aid, we're assuming that it will stay at the same levels that we have in the current year. As I said, we will not know that until February 27th, what those state aid figures are going to be. We have been told there is a potential of state aid reductions. So right now we're looking to balance based on flat levels, but we will have to take into account anything that we might have to make adjustments when we do get those figures. It's a very short timeline once we get those figures. It's at our March 10th meeting that we will be asking the board to approve the preliminary budget to be submitted to the county. So basically we have a little less than 2 weeks to finalize everything if there are changes to that state aid. The majority of our budget is still based on local tax dollars. So just a reflection of where the tax dollars go. As you could see, we're looking at about over 51% of your tax dollars comes to the schools. We recognize that. So again, in future budget presentations, you will see what tax impact there will be as we make the recommendations for the tax increases, including what the average household will see as a dollar increase. Revenue assumptions to keep in mind, again, we have been seeing increasing state aid over the past couple of years. Up to 7% of our budget at the end of last year was from state aid, but still 90% of the budget is coming from the local taxpayer. With the fact that we're looking at flat state aid, but seeing that the budget is going to increase, you can understand the fact that that number will certainly go back up to the 90% next year for the total tax levy impact. And just a reminder, as Dr. Diskin had indicated, the majority of our spending is based on salaries and benefits. That's why when we look at the goals and the priorities, we recognize that all of those goals are somehow connected to personnel. 18% of our budget has traditionally been the non-personnel related items, keeping in mind that we've been seeing huge inflationary areas in the areas outside of personnel. Our insurance costs, our utility costs, transportation, as we had indicated, are all going up in pretty significant numbers. Utilities is one area we're watching. We've been told to expect electric to go up over 25% next year, potentially. So that's a pretty big number for us to incorporate. So we take all of that into consideration as we're planning the budget. And so basically, over the next couple of months, we'll be presenting to you more details, coming to that balanced budget, and looking forward to giving you more of those details and continuing the discussion. Are there any questions?
Any questions from the board? Ms. Shivani?
Schneider, the 25% increase in energy, is that just inflation, or are there other factors contributing to it?
We've been giving information about the fact that, and this unfortunately is going to hit all of us in our home bills as well, that just some things that are going on in the industry, there is an anticipation of big increases in electricity. Hopefully they won't come to fruition, but I get information from various sources to help us build our budget, and have been told to think big numbers for electric specifically.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for the presentation. I know you've already done a ton of work, which really isn't shown here, but just giving a summary of where we are in the budget process is extremely helpful. All right, moving on to the next item, Board President's Report. Couple things for me to talk about. First off, on the committees, most of the work that gets done at the board is actually done at the committee level. Each year we review the committees, look at the membership on it, and make a few changes. One, to cycle in new board members, and to two, give existing board members new experiences. So we've done that. We've largely kept a lot of the committee members the same, so we didn't lose momentum on critical issues such as the budget, all the stuff the program committee is doing, etc. I do want to call out two changes we've made to the committees. Last time I spoke a little bit more about a focus on personnel from the board. Last year we started having the governance committee get more involved in reviewing like this personnel report, talking about policy, teacher shortages, how we're doing with the hiring process, things like that. So we're more moving to formalize, expanding the mandate of the governance committee to officially be governance and personnel. And I believe that's in the first reading tonight in the policy. The second change is on sustainability. We actually do a lot in the background on sustainability. We don't talk about it too much, and there's never really been an official home for it. So I just wanted to put down a marker to expand the Finance and Facilities Committee to officially incorporate sustainability. So when there are issues, it's that committee's job to publicize it, talk about it, take it into consideration. So whereas we have a clear idea of what we want to do on personnel, and we've already done those things, sustainability is a little more open, and we'll talk about that over the upcoming months as what we can actually get accomplished with that committee. So we have a lot of committee reports teed up for tonight. I'm certainly looking forward to those. Second thing I want to talk about is expanding the visibility for both the board members and the public. As you saw with Mr. Connolly's presentation tonight, he kind of laid out, hey, for the next 2 or 3 board meetings, we're going to have a series of presentations on pathways. I think that information is good to get out there. I don't think we give the board or the public enough notice on what's upcoming. So we want to make efforts to try to do that better. We know there's a dozen or so standard presentations that we give every year, from NJSLA test results to residency reports. We generally know when those are going to happen, so there's no reason we can't put those out there. I also want the board to get a little more topical and forward thinking. We've rightly been so focused on kind of today issues like grading that must be fixed, and that has crowded out everything else. I think as we've gotten that under control and there's a clear momentum for change and we're kind of doing that on a routine basis, we can start casting our eye to other issues. For example, cell phone bans are a huge topic of discussion. We've had some discussion internally, but no really consensus around that. I think that's something the board should be discussing. I'd love to put it on an agenda, let the public know, because we want to hear from you before we just throw out a policy. So look for something like that. One of my big topics is artificial intelligence. What do we need to be doing in 5 years so our kids are competitive? We should be talking about that now. That's the board's job in conjunction with the superintendent. So as we get control of the today issues, we'll start pushing forward to tomorrow, and we'll throw some of these topics on the agendas upcoming. The only caveat is we'll put them out there. It may change at the last minute. A presentation may not be ready. We may have to shift for some reason, so bear with us as we kind of make those, put agendas out there and sometimes change at the last minute. The last topic I wanted to address is terminal leave. Kind of two things on this. One, just to reemphasize what we put out in our statement, that this was an agreement between the Millburn Administrators Association and the board, so it was mutually entered into, and that it's a completely voluntary process on the side of the administrators. To us, it was not really different than the standard process that's going on. Back a few weeks ago, the MAA presented it to their members on a Thursday. Rumors started abounding and reached a fever pitch on a Sunday, and we put out a press release on Monday, I think at 5 o'clock. So a fairly quick response. It seemed pretty comprehensive. We got a lot of comments that this was good transparency. We got some comments that this was a good start on transparency and we'd like a little more transparency. So I just wanted to kind of hit on that topic a little bit. Like, to me, this was an exercise in public relations. We put out a lot of detail, kind of blow by blow, how the terminal leave came into being, how it was negotiated, and ultimately what it is. I don't think that's the right model for transparency going forward. To me, good transparency is something like the budget, that the administration does a lot of work in the background. They summarize what is a very complex issue. We had one high-level presentation here to start talking about the process, start talking about our priorities. We'll have another presentation in a few weeks that goes one level more granular, as in, we've had a bunch of discussions, this is what's in the budget, this is what we may not be able to fund, we're still working on these things. And then as Ms. Schneider said, once state aid comes out and everything is finalized, we'll have a final budget presentation. Still very high level. The budget will ultimately be published, but even that has a bunch of data behind it that really doesn't get out there in the public sphere. The hundreds of discussions that went into making those assumptions, it would be hard to put all that out there. And I don't think that's always going to be appropriate. So when we think about transparency, we are committed to being transparent, and to the extent that we can put information out there, that we will. I'm just concerned that I don't want to set the standard on that press release. It was very detailed. I don't think we'll do that going forward. As we confront other issues, we may choose not to put out information. As we know, we've asked a consultant in to look at the organization. They delivered a report before Christmas. Before that report was even seen by any board member, there were some rumors out there what was going to happen. As we go forward, we'll talk about those organizational enhancements. They'll have to go into the budget. The budget won't be finalized probably till March 10th, I believe Ms. Schneider said. So my expectation is if we make any recommendations, it'll be then. Between now and then, I'm almost certain a rumor will come out there and we probably will not address it. March 10th, that is our marker. So to the extent we can talk about stuff, we will. Other times, we're going to say, sorry, no, we're going to do it at the next board meeting or this scheduled board meeting. So I ask, just bear with us. I would hope you would give us the benefit of the doubt that we have the best intentions of the entire district behind what we are doing when we address these issues. The second thing on terminal leave I'd just like to talk about, it's kind of interesting being more involved behind the scenes here, is a simple opportunity cost. I probably spent 8 hours on that Sunday and the entire day Monday dealing with the issue. I know Ms. Shivani did. I know Dr. Diskin did. Our board attorney spent 10 hours on it just within the 2-day time frame, and there's been several conversations since then. So this leak, which spurred rumors, cost hundreds of hours of collective time of, I don't want to say the most important people, because that's not me, certainly like Dr. Diskin and our board attorney. That's time, in my mind, that could be better spent talking more about pathways, hiring additional staff, doing these other things, and we only have one Dr. Diskin. So any time she's spending kind of dealing with rumors is less time she's spending on stuff we actually want to get done. So that may be another reason why we just say, hey, we're not addressing this, or it'll be addressed at this time, sort of end of conversation. So I certainly don't mean to lecture. The people here are generally the people that are very helpful to the board and work very well with us, but I still think it's important to be said somewhere, as that was quite the to-do a few weeks back. I think that's all for me. Dr. Diskin?
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. In addition to our communication, coming up this Sunday is our annual 17th, by the way, annual Board of Education Open Forum. I look at this as a conversation with myself, the Board of Education, Mr. Connolly will be there, and it is on February 2nd at the high school auditorium at 1 p.m. I look for this to be a collaborative dialogue. I themed it as inspiring excellence, empowering potential, and shaping the future together. We're going to run it a little bit differently. The first hour will be about sort of 20-minute segments on some particular topics of high interest, and questions and conversations can happen on those topics. And then the second hour is more or less an open dialogue. And certainly if we can answer any of the questions up front, we will. If not, Mr. Connolly and I will go back and be able to think about how we can best address them. So the community is invited. We look forward to hearing from you and fostering that dialogue and thinking about how we can take advantage of this annual forum and this conversation to be productive and thinking about the topics that might be on your mind. So we look forward to seeing you on February 2nd. Kindergarten registration is for the 25-26 school year is occurring on Saturday, February 1st to February 28th. Parents of incoming kindergartners are encouraged to register during this time so that the school district can plan for the number of students attending kindergarten in the fall of 2025. All registrations and related communications are to be done online. Use the enrollment system provided through the district's student information system, which is called PowerSchool. And there is more information on our website on the registration page. Ladles of Love. On Wednesday and Thursday of last week, the life skills students completed their midterm, a soup fundraiser. After receiving over 60 orders, they had to close the order form, and students were involved in all aspects of the project, from creating the Google order form to delivering. They practiced daily living skills, money math skills, customer service, and culinary skills, as well as hygiene skills. Through their soup preparation and cooking and delivering. They were able to showcase their talents and raise enough money to see their classmate compete at the Winter Special Olympics in snowshoeing in February. Thanks to Emily Bloomstein and the Special Services Life Skills teachers for this fantastic opportunity for our students. I want to also let you know about a wellness consortium on February 5th. Mark your calendars for the next event in the annual Parent Wellness Consortium series. This is planned by our student assistance counselors from all of our local districts. All school district families are invited to attend this and these Parent Wellness series sponsored by our local district consortium. On Wednesday the 5th, the consortium presents the 2025 updated version of the film Screenagers at the New Providence High School Auditorium. Join them at 6:30 p.m. for pizza, with the movie screening at 7 p.m., followed by an expert panel discussion. I'd also like to take a moment to congratulate Miss Ann Richards. She is now Dr. Ann Richardson for earning her doctorate. I know what a great accomplishment that is and how much hard work went into that, and so it's really great to have another doctor in the house. And finally, reminder, Millburn schools and offices are closed this Wednesday, January 29th for Lunar New Year. Happy Year of the Snake to all who are celebrating. This week, the Millburn Short Hills Chinese Association is once again presenting the annual Dragon Dance Assembly in all of our elementary schools this Friday. It's one of the highlights of the year for our students and staff. Also, mark your calendars now for the Millburn Lunar New Year Festival on Sunday, March 2nd from 12 to 5 p.m. in Millburn. This annual event is hosted by the Millburn Short Hills Chinese Association and the Millburn Institute of Talent. And that concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Diskin. On to board committee reports. First off, we have the student representative report. Mr. Glatt.
Good evening, board members, parents, and our dedicated teachers and administrators. It's a new year, and I have an amazing proposal for the benefit of all students and staff during lunchtime, but before that, an update on junior privilege. Sid Mishra and I have heard the concerns of the liaison committee and thought of a few possible solutions that could mitigate security risk and overcapacity at restaurants in town with this plan. We recently talked with Mr. Siebert to figure out the logistics of integrating the junior class student IDs into our kiosk system. Mr. Siebert has concluded that a schedule could work where 1/5 of the junior class could each have a designated day to use the privilege. Each junior will put his or her code into the kiosk just as a senior would. If it's his or her designated day, the student's approved. If the student tries to go on the wrong day by accident, the kiosk will give them a message saying that they're denied. Similar to the way that students pick courses by ranking their favorites to least favorites, we would have juniors rank which day they'd want to use the privilege. This way, friend groups can figure out a common day that works for everyone and be put on the same day. Soon we plan to have a meeting with the school administration to discuss a proposal on what Sid and I believe a junior privilege trial could look like. A major reason students want to go into town for lunch is to eat and socialize at the amazing Millburn Deli. It may be a while till our juniors get this opportunity. In the meanwhile, how about we bring Millburn Deli to all of MHS in the heart of our cafeteria? Recently, I polled our student body to see if they're happy with the current offerings of mainly diet sodas and a limited selection of regular drinks. Many people don't like diet sodas and realize they still have the same horrible chemicals instead of the sugar and also have the same terrible food dyes as regular drinks. My poll found that a whopping 65% of the student body wanted more drink options in our cafeteria. What a better option than Millburn Deli's famous iced tea? We could have the original sweetened version to go for a delicious meal from Pomptonian Food Services and unsweetened for those who are worried about their sugar intake. The other night, on my way to a dinner and Knicks game, I sent an email to Andrew Morgan, the owner of Millburn Deli, to try and work out a deal for this to happen. 15 minutes into my night out, I randomly bumped into Andrew. He stopped me to express his enthusiasm, noting that he'd reply when he got home. What are the chances of that happening? Later in an email reply, he expressed that his only concern would be delivery to the school. A few days later, I met with the head of the cafeteria, Lisa, and she expressed that Pomptonian is always looking to work with small businesses and would be open to this as she loves their homemade iced tea. She noted that 2 to 3 p.m. are off hours for both cafeteria staff and the Millburn Deli. Perhaps this would be a great time for a staff member to pick up a few crates of iced tea to bring in the cafeteria. So I asked the board, is this a convenience that should be offered to all our students and staff? But before you answer that, I have a lot more topics to cover. On a more serious note, I'm pretty much required to talk about the liaison committee discussion. 3 topics were discussed at our last meeting: APs, midterms, and course leveling. First, I'll start by talking about APs. One student brought up the point that if he was taking 5 APs, he'd like credit for all 5 instead of 3, which is the current limit. He said he's angry when he sees his GPA artificially lowered by the system each quarter. However, many students spoke how this idea could create a stressful environment where they would feel the need to take more APs to compete with their peers. Another student voiced his opinion that APs should be taken just to gain knowledge on the subject that he's interested in instead of trying to advance himself to get a higher GPA. The second topic discussed was students constantly moving up and down for course levels like CPA, Excel, CPB. Different opinions were discussed. Some people saying, everyone's at a different place throughout the year. Maybe he's ready at the beginning, maybe a student's ready at the end, maybe they're not. But some students had the concern, of moving up a level, doing subpar work, and then moving back down, which would be a big hassle. But for our third topic, is midterms. On behalf of the student body, we would like to thank the board for lowering the weight of our midterms this year to 5%. This change has greatly lowered the anxiety of our student body, and along with test corrections, it gives every student even more pride in being a Miller. On the topic of Miller pride, we have some student accomplishments to report on. Our first student accomplishment was the successful fire drill conducted recently. Our student body and teachers nearly broke the record for fastest fire drill in MHS history. For our second accomplishment, the Studio 462 team, with the leadership of Mr. Rhodes, has hosted the founders of JetBlue and Party City in the studio. The team did an excellent job filming and editing the interviews to provide inspiration to an audience of aspiring entrepreneurs. The future goal is to one day host a celebrity or politician in Millburn's very own Hollywood-level studio. The studio would not be possible without the help of Mr. Rhodes and AJ Keenan, who built the studio, or the Millburn Ed Foundation, who generously funded it. For our third and final accomplishment, Benjamin Lee, a senior at MHS, has been named a finalist for Regeneron's National Science Contest. Ben has been in MHS's science research program since 10th grade, and an excellent example of what a Millburn student could do if he or she puts his mind and hardest work into something they're interested in. And lastly, to move the conversation to Millburn's #1 top priority, I present to you the sports report. First, our boys varsity basketball team beat Newark in an amazing 54-39 win, now have an 8-6 record. Our girls basketball team recently beat Newark Tech and Eastside, now have a 6-10 record. Our wrestling team defeated Columbia with an impressive score of 42-29, bringing their season record 5-3. Our boys fencing team recently defeated Montclair Kimberly and St. Benedict's. These victories have pushed the team to the #1 overall ranking in the state. The girls team also has gone to share the glory with winning 5 of their last 6 matches. Our boys ice hockey team recently celebrated their senior night, what was their last home game of the season. The girls hockey team entered their last week of the season in a 5-6 record. Our boys team finished 7th in the SEC championship, with our girls swimming team finishing 8th. We have a meet currently going on as I speak right now, which I'm missing to give this report. But if we end up winning tonight, then I'll be reporting next meeting how we did in the state tournament. With these accomplishments, it's never been a better time to be a Miller. Thank you, everyone, and God bless.
Any questions for Mr. Glatt? Mr. Finkelstein?
Yeah, thanks for the update. It was really great, all around. Pulling for you guys for lunch and drinks. We'll see what happens. Just on the course levels you brought up, because it's coming up in program committee too, and something we addressed last year to try and ease the transition, and we tweaked the rules a little bit. When you mentioned that, is that course levels done during the year, or was there concerns from the students in that meeting for course level changes at the end of the school year? Or was there a differentiation?
The main discussion was the first quarter, the ability to drop or move up after the first quarter.
Okay, and the concern, the concern was?
No, I believe that just one student saying, oh, what if I move up and then have to move back down? But most of the people were saying that everyone's in different places. That was like a general consensus. However, I remember one person saying.
Got it. Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
Any more questions?
I just want to thank you for that very thorough report. I do want to recognize the high school PTO who also helped with the TV studio, and in addition to the foundation. I don't want to forget that they did give substantial donations also.
All right, thank you, Mr. Glatt. Moving on to finance and facilities, Mr. Lawrence.
Thank you. So the board members present was Brian Lawrence, Jennifer Bethina, and Noel Bigman. Staff president, Cheryl Snyder and Dr. Diskin. We met on January 22nd and started at 7:05 p.m. and discussed the following. Facilities review, discussed frozen pipes at the middle school in Glenwood. The confidentiality agreement regarding the security video footage of the fire across from the middle school. Reviewed February and April break projects. High school roofing project negotiations and value engineering completed with revised specifications released for rebidding. Discuss adding Nigel, is that how you pronounce it? Nigel, thank you. Nigel Field carpet replacement and steam bank erosion project to 25-26 capital budget. Finance review, discussed December transfer report, viewed December treasurer and secretary report. The budget status, which We reviewed the presentation that was shown tonight, reviewed Chapter 44 reporting regarding health benefits, and reviewed school budget account requests. Resolutions. The committee reviewed and recommends the following items for approval by the full board. Washington South Mountain sidewalks by D&L Paving for $92,600. Deerfield, Washington Glenwood door replacement by Shaw for $105,565.59. Deerfield and Wyoming blind replacement by Commercial Interior for $39,582. Washington and South Mountain floor replacement by Gillespie Group for $54,750.90. Academy Construction performing the following 4 items. Glenwood ceiling replacement for $84,605.50. District-wide floor replacement for $288,615.50. Wyoming faculty room renovation for $81,707.50. And the high school cafeteria acoustical improvements for $81,707.50. Also recommend the bill list dated January 27th and the board treasurer and secretary's report and transfer report for December. The meeting ended at 9:15. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Lawrence? Thank you. Next up is negotiations, which I'll cover. We have one meeting to talk about. We met with the MEA on Wednesday, January 15th at 5:30 p.m. Board members present: Chris Heinrichs, Vishwal Reddy, Priya Shivani, Noel Bigman. Staff present: Cheryl Snyder, Board Counsel, Mark Tabakin. MEA members present: Louis Infanger, Danielle Green, Christina Yurkowski, Chris Schlepp, Katie Mitchell, Bob Smith, Sandy Tekanor, Robin Finkelstein, NJEA. Present: Louis Delgado. Meeting started approximately 5:45 p.m. The MEA and the board continued to discuss proposals. We have another meeting scheduled for February 6th. The meeting ended at approximately 8:50 p.m. We did not have a meeting with the MAA, but I wanted to talk about that for a minute. Somewhere around here, waiting for my signature, is a memorandum of understanding, which is basically everything we've agreed to all pulled together. Once we sign off on that, it's a matter of putting it into a formal agreement, dotting the i's, crossing the t's, and getting it officially signed. So we expect that to happen over the upcoming days, and hopefully we'll be done with the MAA, and we'll talk about that more at the next board meeting. That's all for negotiations. Program, Mr. Finkelstein.
Yes, thank you. I guess we've been busy. There are 3 program committee meetings to review, so bear with me. The first meeting was January 10th at 2:30 p.m. Board members present: myself, Mr. Reddy, Ms. Longley Richards, and Ms. Shivani. Staff present were Dr. Diskin, Ms. Steffner, Ms. Graff, Ms. Young, Ms. Martin, Ms. Abrams, and Mr. Connolly. First item of conversation was math and science pathways, some of which we saw tonight. Ms. Young presented a draft of the science pathways and the curriculum update. The committee provided feedback on different aspects of the plan. The committee had questions on different options for upperclassmen in high school. Mr. Connolly presented the plan for the rollout of the Lincoln Parent Portal. The administration had planned for a beta rollout with a small group of parents prior to a larger rollout. This version will provide additional transparency on New Jersey standardized testing scores and results. The meeting concluded at 4 p.m. The next meeting was Friday, January 17th at 2:30 p.m. Board members present were myself, Mr. Reddy, Ms. Longley Richards, and Mr. Heinrichs as a sub. Staff present: Dr. Diskin, Ms. Steffner, Ms. Graff, Ms. Young, Ms. Martin, Ms. Abrams, and Mr. Connolly. Again, first topic, math and science pathways. Ms. Martin presented the draft version of the math presentation we saw tonight. The committee was excited to see the plans for the expanded double accelerated rollout beginning in 6th grade. Equally exciting were the plans for the new pathways from different levels and different grades to single and double accelerated programs. There are a number of questions from the committee and follow-up items. Mr. Connolly presented an update of proposals to engage in conversations with Syracuse University for their dual enrollment program, Syracuse University Project Advance, which is one of the largest dual enrollment programs in the country. The committee approved moving forward with an application, so early stage there. Ms. Abrams then gave a brief discussion of some potential AP changes for ELA next year. The committee asked perhaps for a presentation of middle school and high school ELA curriculum similar to what we saw for math and science. There was also a brief discussion of potential policy and procedure changes at the high school related to academic calendars, midterms, and GPA calculations. The committee also discussed potential changes to high school course requirements. The curriculum directors were evaluating those changes with the department heads in the high school. A suggestion for a survey of students and their interest was also raised. The meeting concluded at 4 p.m. The final meeting was Friday, January 24th at 2:30 p.m. Board members present were myself, Mr. Reddy, and Ms. Longley Richards. Staff present were Dr. Diskin, Ms. Stuffner, Ms. Graff, Ms. Young, Ms. Martin, Ms. Abrams, Mr. Connolly, Dr. Myron, and Mr. Starita. Math and science pathways was the first item once again. Ms. Martin and Mr. Rita reviewed just some of the updated slides for the math pathways presentation. Ms. Young reviewed some of her updated science pathway slides as well. Ms. Graff presented some additional proposals for changes to social studies curriculum and pathways. Don't want to steal her thunder, but among these were a discussion for potentially increasing AP class offerings in 9th grade, as well as new class access in 11th grade, again, still in discussion. Ms. Graff also provided an updated view on credit requirements for social studies and world language. As Mr. Connolly mentioned, we'll see those in a few weeks. Mr. Connolly and Dr. Myron led a discussion of some of the potential policy changes at the high school. These are still preliminary, but include perhaps changing to semesters, AP counts for GPA, freshman grades for GPA, and revisiting midterms. The high school staff and admin mentioned some issues with PowerSchool that need to be investigated before any decisions could be made. Again, still early stages. The committee also asked the administration for more research on CPB classes and how other schools organize and label their course levels. There was a brief conversation about expanding AP access. However, given the grading changes, the administration and the committee agreed to wait and see the increase in eligibility from the current semester grades. So there'll be more follow-up from that in the coming months. The committee finally discussed future dates for program committee meetings and the structure of the upcoming open forum, as Dr. Jiskin mentioned. The committee also discussed early work on a new MIM, or Millburn, instructional mindset. The meeting concluded at 4 p.m. Respectfully submitted, Andrew Finkelstein, Chair.
Any questions for Mr. Finkelstein? That was a lot. Thank you to you and the committee for meeting every Friday for the last 3 weeks. All right, Garden State Coalition, Mr. Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Hans. I just want to point out that the program committee is going to be meeting every Friday for the foreseeable future. So,
Remember, you all asked to be on program. That was a hot ticket.
not complaining. The Garden State Coalition committee, GSCS, since this is a meeting of the coalition of superintendents and the board members, and I attended the meeting on 15th of January as the board representative to GSCS. Majority of the session was dedicated to a Q&A with GSCS from journalists and guests, Brianna Kudish and Hannah Gross. The session was hosted by Betsy Ginsburg, the GSCS had with 30+ superintendents and board members attending, including Dr. Diskin. Questions from the journalists to the administrators and the board members included the response to the use of AI in creating detrimental videos and the use of AI in general and in the academic context, school district's role in the use or the ban of cell phones in the schools, decreasing incidence of HIV and school violations post-COVID, lessons learned from COVID, Questions also covered near-term challenges with responses from GSCS members, such as unpredictable state aid funding, like Ms. Schneider alluded to earlier, and the need for transparency in the funding formula. The limited time of less than 3 weeks to respond to state aid changes at the end of February, with finalized and approved school budgets due mid-March each year. And finally, the budgetary challenge of rising employee and other costs with the 2% statutory cap on tax increases. Respectfully submitted, Vishwa Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Any questions? Next, we have governance. Ms. Shivani.
Okay. The governance committee met on January 22nd at, I forget the time, 6 p.m. Board members present were myself, Priya Shivani, Mr. Brian Lawrence, Mr. Vishwa Reddy, Ms. Jennifer Batina, staff present, Dr. Kate Diskin, and Ms. Nancy Rees. So this is a long list of policies that were reviewed and are being presented today for first reading. There is also actually one update regarding AI, since that seems to be a hot topic. So we'll cover that as well. So there are minor updates to include revisions from the Uniform State Memorandum of Agreement. Policy 5512 regarding harassment, intimidation, and bullying was revised. So parental notification when a school district must stay or pause a HIB investigation to allow law enforcement to conclude the investigation. So that's the update to that policy. Policy and Regulation 5533 related to student smoking was revised to add electronic smoking devices to the policy and regulation. Policy and Regulation 7441 regarding electronic surveillance in the school. The update to this gives law enforcement authorities access to view district's live streaming video during an emergency situation, emphasis on emergency situation. Policy Regulation 9320 for cooperation with law enforcement agencies. This was revised, and our district is in contact with law enforcement to update the uniform MOA. Policy 5111, which is related to eligibility of resident or non-resident students. This clarifies the required tuition rate for students moving in and out of the district during the school year. Policy and Regulation 5516, well, no, sorry, that's not been, sorry, that's not on the list yet. Policy 5701, which is related to academic integrity, which replaces the old plagiarism policy and has examples of current prohibited acts, including the use of AI. Policy 5710 related to student grievance was revised to include more details regarding student grievance process. Policy 8500, revisions for changes to Working Class Families Anti-Hunger Act. This is related to food services. Policy 9163, Spectator Code of Conduct for Interscholastic Events. This is again a new requirement from the NJSIAA. And we've updated the policy to follow the new athletics rules. So these are presented today for first reading. Additionally, there is policy 0155 and 0155.1. As Mr. Heinrichs was alluding to earlier in his presence update, these policies relate to the names and the functions of committees. So there were updates made to the names and functions of the governance committee. So governance committee has been updated to include governance and personnel, and finance and facilities committee is being renamed to finance, facilities, and sustainability. The update to the governance committee, as Mr. Hendricks said earlier, allows administration and board to review key personnel updates. And the addition of sustainability to the finance and facility reflects the intent to get aligned on our sustainability efforts. I do want to mention a new policy from the state, which we are not presenting today, but this is just for everyone's awareness, is policy 2365 regarding the acceptable use of generative AI. There is an AI committee, maybe Dr. Diskin can provide an update on that, which is being formed, and this committee is going to monitor the progress and the implementation of this policy as the policy gets more beefed up and revised by the state. But it is an important and very relevant topic, so we will be, there's actually now a mandate from the state as well. So, yep, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Shivani? Thank you. Last but certainly not least, middle school student liaison, Ms. Longley Richards.
Okay. The Millburn Middle School Student Liaison Committee met on Thursday, January 23rd, 2025, at the middle school at 2:00 p.m. Present were Dr. Jill Sack, Ms. May Ward, Dr. John Connolly, and myself, Cynthia Longley Richards, as the board representative. Students present were representatives from the 6th, 7th, and 8th grades. Dr. Sack began the meeting with some introductions, and then Mr. Connolly facilitated the conversation with the students who were offered the opportunity to voice their opinions on the school year so far. Students were overwhelmingly positive about the switch to quarters from trimesters. They felt it gave them more fresh starts and helped to foster a better mindset about their work. And then it gave them some more room for improvement as well. They also liked having common assessments. They felt it brought everyone together, all of the teams together, and gave them the ability to study with friends outside of classes. Mr. Connolly sort of explained the why behind aligning the assessments across subjects and grades, and answered questions about clubs and other activities. The meeting concluded at the bell at 2:50. Respectfully submitted, Cynthia Longley Richards.
Any questions? All right, moving on to the administrators. Assistant Superintendent Report, Mr. Conley.
Thank you. Just want to up everybody and give some highlights to our Martin Luther King Day celebrations in our elementary schools experienced in honor of Martin Luther King Day. Deerfield had MLK Day Service Day, where students assembled snack packs for underserved students and preschoolers. At Hartshorn, student council members recorded themselves reading MLK Junior picture books to be shared throughout the classes. And during January, students at Hartshorn also focused on the character pillar of kindness. In music, North Jersey School of Music Association, congratulations to our middle school students who were selected for the North Jersey Music Association Intermediate Orchestra. Congratulations to Audrey Kim, Chloe Cheng, Angela Wee, and Yilan Wu. Congratulations also to the following high school band students: Holden Bergman, Raul Dusang Mickelson, Justin Lambert, Hayden Moon, Teresa Wang, and Luke Zhang, who won auditions to represent Millburn High School in the 2025 New Jersey All-State Bands. They will perform at NJPAC in February. At the middle school, Marble Maze in 8th grade. The 8th grade Innovation and Design class recently created marble mazes to teach 6th graders about forces in motion. They built intricate mazes using MMS Engineering and Design Loop and documented their work on a website. This interactive activity helped both grades deepen their understanding of Newton's law of motion in a fun and hands-on way. Winter Dance Concert. Millburn High School's 17th Annual Winter Dance Concert occurred last Friday and Saturday, January 17th and 18th at 7 p.m. in the auditorium. The concert showcased hip-hop, lyrical and traditional Chinese, and K-pop and Bollywood dance. Thank you to the student choreographers, Vanishka Pere-Louis, Zoe Lung, Alyssa Yang, Sanjaya Shrivastava, Jessica Sherman, and Rita Sarge, who choreographed solos. There were 24 unique dance numbers. Members of the MHS Dance Club provided opportunities for dance. With regards to New Jersey Olympiad, Science Olympiad regional competition on Wednesday, January 8th, it was a great day to be a Miller. Millburn High School Science Olympiad team finished 6th out of 23 schools in the regional competition at NJIT. The following students competed in that participation: Casey Liu, Angelina Wang, Sam Chung, Wania He, Anaya Rajikakarm, Abi Bathula, Alex Bunch, Akashar Kumar, Andrew Shan, Eric Zhang, Tanvi Tenlang, Ranveer Kamboy, Vihan Agarwar, and Simon Lisansky, and Florina Zhu. And Last but not least, summer skills. Over the past several years, we've offered summer skills review program funded by ARP, ESSER, federal COVID funds to help students bridge the gap and build skills. With those funds now exhausted, the programs will no longer be offered. However, we will continue to provide resources through our summer skills sharpening website, which will be accessible for students and families during the summer. The link will be shared at the end of the school year. Respectfully submitted by John Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Business Administrator's Report, Ms. Schneider.
The main focus of the business office has been continued development of the 25-26 budget. Dr. Diskin provided an overview of the budget priorities in tonight's presentation, and as pointed out earlier, more details will be shared at the February board meetings as we address closing the existing gap. On the agenda this evening are a number of facility projects as we begin to plan for projects to take place over the February and April breaks. We anticipate a few more projects to be added over the next few months' agendas. And as Dr. Diskin indicated, a reminder that next Sunday, February 2nd, beginning at 1 p.m. is our annual open forum which will take place at the high school auditorium. We encourage you to submit questions in advance of the forum by Thursday at noon so the board and administration can address the subject submitted in the discussion. Please use the link which you can find on the website under District News. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Schneider. Moving on to public comments. Please state your name and address for the record. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes, although you can come back as many times as you want after everybody gets a chance. Responses to question and comments will be posted to the district website before the next board meeting or within 10 school days. Any public comments?
I'm Jeffrey Feld. I live in the poet section. First, I want to give a shout out to Dr. Myron and Mr. Spatz for hosting the Princeton Triangle on Saturday. I wish there was more people that had notice of this great event. Part of it was this was the Princeton performance crew, and the plot that the theme they had was that we need true factual reporting, no falsehoods and gossip, and more importantly for this board, some of their comments in Princeton, like the importance or the questions of the Common App, bar mitzvahs, and Tanya Harding as a folk hero. I mean, it was really an amazing date. I wish the message had gotten out more for the people. I was able to speak to the person who was Captain Hook in the play. This was a great community building thing. We had to make sure the community sees it. I also want to thank the board for the presentation they had on June 6th. When you had your conflict code of ethics presentation in standard. It was very important because in there wasn't just conflicts, was the concept of appearance of impropriety. There's a conflict in this state, in this town, where the TC and the SID board do not understand the appearance of impropriety doctrine. I'm glad that you had a presentation to explain to the community that concept. I've asked, we went through a hell of a week last week with executive orders coming out of the federal government. And I think we need to start talking about, what's the impact on DEI? Will we, because we get federal funding, do we have to eliminate these programs? I mean, that's something that we had to look at and get guidance. One thing that we did receive last week was guidance if certain people come to the school and want to remove students, what we had to do. And the one thing that the state said is, you look at the document, you look at the subpoena, you look at the summons and see if it's signed by a judge and it's dated. The importance of that is it has impact on what happened down the street. A summons was issued by the municipal court, but it was not dated or signed by a judge. I thank you for the guidance that we received. When we talk about the budget, in the last month, the state has started proposing amended legislation as to pilots, long-term tax exemptions. Keep an eye on that. One concept is being that make sure that the tax collector turns over the money to the county and to the schools that's supposed to get. Also, when we talk about the budget, the state is now focusing on contractors that we retain. Are we paying prevailing wage? Unfortunately, the state is going to try to force our costs to increase, so focus on that. I just want to disclose to the public, since our last meeting, I filed a notice of appearance. I am representing a family pro bono. And I asked that all board members receive my notice of appearance, and also the Board of Education Administration's rejection of my proposal that I meet with the administrators and our new middle school principal to discuss the matter and try to resolve it. I just want everyone to be aware that I am representing a family pro bono and that I'm trying to mediate the cause rather than litigate the matter. Thank you.
Jeanette Glass, 348 Old Shelters Road. Board of Education members, fellow residents. After reviewing today's agenda, I noted that the board is changing some pre-existing policies. I assume a review and amendments to policies out in regulations are periodically made and fairly standard. However, all of you might not be aware that some of these policies are currently involved in litigation against the board. Because these policies are considered material and are under court's review, making changes to them without informing all parties or the judge would have serious legal implications. I can assure you neither have been informed. I urge the entire Board of Education to review the policies that are currently material to litigation and not make any changes till courts say it is permitted to do so. I understand this is not the first time such paramount decisions have been made on behalf of the entire board without all members' knowledge, making such decisions ultra-virus as well as a violation of School Ethics Act. It is unfortunate, but we have lost respect and confidence in our board members' conduct, which did create justifiable impression that our trust has been violated. We ask the Board of Education members to avoid conduct that violates laws and to uphold all laws, rules, and regulations. Desired changes shall be brought about only through legal and ethical procedures, to make decisions in terms of educational welfare of children, and to develop and maintain public schools that meet children's individual needs. To confine your board actions to policymaking, planning, and appraisal, and to help frame policies only after the board has consulted those who will be affected by them. To recognize that authority rests with the entire Board of Education and make no personal promises or take any private action that may compromise the board. I also urge, or rather beg, the Board of Education to finally set up a meeting that for months has been denied to discuss our son's physical, mental, and emotional well-being in school. We, Dexter's physicians, and the presiding judge requested to set up a conference meeting such that all Board of Education members can review, discuss, and can make a decision for this unique student with a typical lifestyle, with chronic medical conditions, who does have individual needs. This request is aligned with our district policy 5710 that is apparently to be changed today. The decision cannot be made by an individual or a committee who does not have authority over policy, as is necessitated by School Ethics Act. It is unfathomable that with current policies at hand, requiring the board to ensure my child is safe and healthy in school, Board of Education members continue to place Dexter in physical harm's way and cause additional emotional and mental anguish. As a parent, I am distraught to watch my son's anxiety and stress and physiological sickness escalating, since the school administrators have had zero interest in his well-being. As our own policy 9200, cooperation between parents and schools, states that members of the board and families need to be united in a common interest in the well-being of a pupil. The community and parents should never be turned away and prohibited from discussing their child's well-being in any school district and required to litigate, as has been the case with our son. And one last question our community members have asked a number of times before. We're letting our best principals go because the district has no money. How much is the district spending on litigation against their own students? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Glass. Any other public comments? Moving on to board action items, instructional agenda items. Any carve-outs? Can I have a motion to move instructional agenda items M1A through E in consent agenda format? Ms. Longley Richards, Mr. Farashudin can second. All in favor? Can I have a motion to approve instructional agenda items M1A through E in consent agenda format? Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Shivani can second. A, resolve to affirm the superintendent's recommendation of the HIB investigations for the period of 12/12/24 to 12/20/24. B, resolve to approve professional development requests / staff conferences. C, resolve to approve the Uniform State Memorandum of Agreement between Millburn Board of Education and law enforcement officials for school year 24-25. D, resolve to approve 2024-2025 school year field trips. E, resolve to approve the grant application for expanding access to computer science high school courses. Any comments? Roll call, please, Ms. Schneider.
Ms. Bethina?
Yes.
Mr. Bigman?
Yes.
Mr. Farashudin?
Yes.
Mr. Finkelstein?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Ms. Longley Richards?
Yes.
Mr. Reddy?
Yes.
Ms. Shivani?
Yes.
Mr. Heinrichs?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 2, personal agenda items. Can I have a motion to approve the personnel report dated January 27th, 2025? Ms. Long Richards, Ms. Reddy can second. Any comments? We do the vote first, right? Before you comment? Roll call, please.
Mr. Bigman?
Yes.
Mr. Farashudin?
Yes.
Mr. Finkelstein?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Ms. Longley Richards?
Yes.
Mr. Reddy?
Yes.
Ms. Bethina?
Yes.
Ms. Shivani?
Yes.
Mr. Heinrichs?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Dr. Diskin will want to acknowledge some
Yes,
people in the
so,
report.
In tradition, I'd like to give a word of congratulations to the folks that are on the agenda tonight for their retirement. We congratulate them on their years of service, their dedication to Millburn, and we wish them much joy and happiness in the next chapter. Miss Gina Brooks, instructional supervisor with 33 years of service. Mr. David Jason, Dr. David Jason with 25 years of service. Congratulations. Dr. Robert Keenan, 18 years of service. Mr. John Leahy, 19 years of service. And finally, Miss Kelly Salazar with 32 years of service. Congratulations. Again, just to reiterate, we greatly appreciate all that they have done for Millburn, for the students, for the staff, and for the Board of Education. They are part of our community, and again, we wish them much health and happiness in their future.
Was there some other?
Oh, and David Farrell, I'm so sorry, I forgot. David Farrell, retirement of 25 years.
Thank you, Dr. Diskin. And just to be clear, although they're announcing retirements now, the dates are, they're generally here through year end?
Correct, they will be here through the end of the school year.
Fantastic. Item 3, business agenda items. Any carve-outs? Can I have a motion to move business agenda items M3A through L in consent agenda format? Mr. Farashudin? Mr. Bigman can second. All in favor? Can I have a motion to approve business agenda items M3A through L in consent agenda format? Ms. Shivani, Mr. Finkelstein can second. A, resolve to approve the budget transfers as of December 2024. B, resolve to approve Treasurer of School Monies Report for period ending December 31st, 2024. C, resolve approval and certification of Board Secretary's report for period ending December 31, 2024. D, Resolve certification that no major account or fund has been overexpended and that sufficient funds are available to meet the district financial obligations for the remainder of the fiscal year. E, resolve to approve bill schedule number 8. F, appointment of representatives as listed below in the agenda. G, resolve to approve a confidentiality agreement and authorize the board president to sign the finalized agreement. H, resolve to approve a purchase agreement with D&L Paving for sidewalk repairs and replacements for a total cost of $92,600. I, resolve to approve a purchase agreement with Shaw's Complete Security for door and lock replacement services at a total cost of $105,565.59. J, resolve to approve a purchase agreement with Commercial Interior Direct, Inc. for window blind replacement services at a total cost of $39,582. K, resolve to approve a purchase agreement with Gillespie Group for floor replacement services at a total cost of $54,750.90. L, resolve to approve a purchase agreement with Academy Construction, Inc. for projects as listed below in the agenda. Any comments? Roll call, please.
Mr. Farashudin?
Yes.
Mr. Finkelstein?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Ms. Longley Richards?
Yes.
Mr. Reddy?
Yes.
Ms. Bethina?
Yes.
Mr. Bigman?
Yes.
Ms. Shivani?
Yes.
Mr. Heinrichs?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Policy agenda items. Any carve-outs? Can I have a motion to move policy agenda items M4A through O in consent agenda format? Mr. Reddy, Mr. Finkelstein can second. All in favor? Can I have a motion to approve policy agenda items M4A through O in first reading in consent agenda format? Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Bethina can second. First approval of policies, regulations, policy 0155, board committees. B, policy 0155-1, board committee guidelines. C, policy 5512, harassment, intimidation, and bullying. D, policy 5533, student smoking. E, regulation 5533, student smoking. F, policy 7441, electronic surveillance in school buildings and on school grounds. G, regulation 7441, electronic surveillance in school buildings and on school grounds. H, policy 9320, cooperation with law enforcement agencies. I, regulation 9320, cooperation with law enforcement agencies. J, policy 5111, eligibility of resident/non-resident students. K, policy 5460, high school graduation. L, policy 5701, academic integrity. M, policy 5710, student grievance. N, policy 8500, food services. O, policy 9163, spectator code of conduct for interscholastic events. Any comments? Mr. Reddy.
So I just want to note that the updates are recommended by Strauss Esme and Advisory Service for boards and policy, except for policy 0155 and policy 0155.1, which Mr. Hendricks and Ms. Shivani had earlier alluded to. The rest of them have been recommended by the Advisory Service. All the language that is being changed, it comes directly from the Advisory Service, and this is an advisory service that is used across the state and outside of New Jersey as well in terms of policy change alerts. And I also want to note that many of those policies are mandatory as represented by M in the brackets next to them. So these are required per New Jersey statute.
Thank you for calling out. That's very important. Any other comments? Roll call, please.
Mr. Finkelstein?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Ms. Longley Richards?
Yes.
Mr. Reddy?
Yes.
Ms. Bethina?
Yes.
Mr. Bigman?
Yes.
Mr. Farashudin?
Yes.
Ms. Shivani?
Yes.
Mr. Heinrichs?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on, old business. Anybody? New business? Time for the second round of public comments. Same rules as before. Please state your name and address for the record. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Any additional comments? Lastly, board member comments? Any final comments? Mr. Reddy.
I want to call to attention that today is the International Holocaust Remembrance Day. It's the anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau, the largest Nazi concentration and death camp by Soviet forces in 1945. It's a day to learn from the past for a better future. I think it's rarely coincide that such days coincide with board meeting. I want to take the opportunity to call that out. Thank you.
Thank you for calling that out. Any other board member comments? All right, we have an executive session tonight. Can I have a motion to adjourn to executive session to discuss legal matters, negotiations, and personnel? Mr. Farashudin, second can be Ms. Bethina. The discussion on these topics will be disclosed to the public at the next public meeting of the board or as soon thereafter as the circumstances and nature of the subject permits. All in favor? We are now in executive session.
Gdzie się nie noszą. Tak, żebyś wiedziała.